Interesting. Okay. What's up, everybody? I'm Mr. Glasgow. This is Mr. Glasgow TV. It is Thursday, April 11th, 2019, and we're going to play some more Sekiro Shadows Die Twice on the PC. Since last I streamed on Tuesday, I did a little bit of farming for skill points because I felt like I was falling behind the curve of difficulty. And I even found an extra gourd seed, so that should help. And yeah, I got some new moves. Not sure, at the beginning of the stream, the audio wasn't playing, so let's see. Bob the Cat, what's up? Bob the Cat is here. Hope you guys are enjoying your week. I had to take a break yesterday because my cough is starting to go away, so I crashed. I just crashed because I haven't been able to get a good night's sleep, and I finally was able to, so I couldn't even get up if I wanted to yesterday. So I feel good today. Let's see. Not sure. Yeah, where's the sound? Let's restart. Sound playback. Why NVIDIA? So there was an update. That's that. Okay. Let's turn that off. NVIDIA update. I bet you guys didn't even know. You're gonna be like, "What?" He's right. There is an update. And that's what happens when you actually update. It screws everything up. So I'm not coughless, but my cough is better. Okay. Where do I like the volume with you guys? 40? Let's try 40. I think I've been at it in between 30 and 40 for you guys. So this guy right here, he had a gourd seed for sale.
Hey there, friend. Still have some business with me?
Oddly enough. It's 2,000, which wasn't that bad. So I did find a new
time, friend.
skill point and gold and items farming route. I'll show you the old one. My old farming route was this. Here. So if you're early in the game, for your consideration, you just go backwards. Any map that you go backwards through, basically, is potential farming potential. So we do that, and I didn't even realize that that mist to re-enter concealment from a backstab. That cost 6. That cost 6 emblems. I was just firing them off willy-nilly. Let's go down 36. Willy McNilly. So you can see, just go for the axe guys first, since they're harder to deal with. Mind you, my attack power is a little higher than what you're normally. But if you're noticing, I'm only getting about 34 per kill. Let's see how much this guy is. I think he might be, yeah, 34. 34 skill points per kill. Getting gold though, and resupplying my ammo emblems. All that's going into storage. I don't go through this part of the map because it kind of bugs out sometimes. The dogs don't always load, and then they just pop up sometimes out of nowhere. Here I go for arrow guy first. So that's my new attack that I got, by the way. Ow! And that is the route. Then you go here, and you basically teleport right back to where you started, and you just go around, 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 around. Now, I don't know where I started out at, but I'm at the point where it doesn't count that much for my skill point. The newest route that I found is pretty lucrative. Is Gunfort. Assuming you have the location. If you've made it to this far. So right before the centipede giraffe boss, that's down here, you just do this. This is what I do. Go up here, slide, kill this guy. This guy is coming after me, so I run. Wait for him to reset his aggro. Sometimes he comes all the way. This time he didn't. He's the only one you have to reset your aggro for. You could just fight him straight up, but I just don't want to deal with it. These guys are tricky. Come up here, kill this guy. Notice I'm getting 116 for that guy. This guy's nothing. As in 40, which still is better than the last one. These guys are 297 per a pop for those guys. And I just killed 3 of them. And these guys are about $160. $160. And there you go. So you can see where I was almost halfway leveled up. Skirt. So here you see the blue bar. It was about halfway, so now it's about 3/4 of the way. So right now I'm at the point where if I run this route once, I could get a quarter of the bar full, which isn't bad. Before I started farming, it was like going almost half. And this is what I've done with it so far. So far, I got this, which is 6 points. This is that spear poke to jump up and then grab them with my feet for the kill on the downward. And then I got this one for more emblems. And then I think I did this one for posture damage after a deflection, successful deflection. So this is the big one, I think, right here. Shadow Rush. And then next, I probably should focus on maybe do this one to see if I could get this one. No, I need this one too. Maybe a gourd? Maybe a gourd. Or I go this route to see if I can make my way through this, because all this is good for combat, really. Reduce the amount of damage to posture when attacked by an enemy with a sword. Meh. This one's like a double thing. Yeah, maybe I focus on Spirit Emblems and the gourd. Probably the gourd. It's going to cost a lot, but I feel like it's worth it because right now I'm not healing for full. So I feel like it's a waste to heal twice to get to full. So yeah, attack power 5, 6 gourds, 17 emblems, 290 for stored emblems. I had 0 last time, so that's nice. All right, so where are we going? I feel like we're going here. And we're going to fight this ghost, this apparition with a spear. And I'm going to try to see if I pop confetti, if I do the damage, do the proper damage. Proper damage. With the depths of the day and got scared. Yeah, anything with the Walking Dead situation, I'm like, man, like I'm killing them and they're coming back. What's that about? So I'm figuring that's why I need this sword that me and the Divine Ear are after right now, where you can kill the dead. I think you actually kill the dead with it. All right. Not sure how long this lasts. I only have 2 over the entire course. I've only actually been rolling on 1. So hopefully, popping this here. I feel like I should start the engagement first so that it doesn't. And the one guy died, got back up, was like, done. I'm done. Nope. I'm glamorous now. Don't really see that much big damage. I mean, I parried that. Hey, this guy hits hard. Excuse me? Ow! The sword looks cool though. Can we not get hit? So I saw a headline compare this game to a rhythm game. And it's like, well, I mean, not really. But if you want to justify its difficulty a little bit, maybe. My confetti's already gone. I'm gonna try your strategy. Cause like, there's that one game, that Necro Dancer dungeon game. Man, I am just getting hit by everything. Cause this guy has a spear, right? Ow! No. Jump spamming does not work. Jump spamming doesn't work on this guy. Slayed the dance floor? Yeah, I think so. I haven't played it. I've watched it. I've watched it, the speedrun attempt on it. I was like, man, this is not a game I can get down with. I have bad rhythm. I have no rhythm. I'm what they would call, I don't know if there's a term for rhythm deaf, like tone deaf, but with rhythm. I got that. Okay. That was just a warm up. I still have my confetti. I resurrected. Dang, it's because I resurrected. I shouldn't have resurrected. I should have just took the L. All right. I didn't see the damage from the confetti. Is it not an apparition, or is it just like, I don't know. All right. That's cool. Ouch! Wait, I want to try my new attack on you. Wait! Shasha! Ah! Shasha! Oh god, it counters it every time! The thing is, my attack has crazy I parried it. My attack has crazy range, so it's like... See, I should have advantage, because he shouldn't expect me to dash from that long of a range. As if I just spam that. Run out of range and then hop in with it. Ouch! I'm actually I did good damage there. I feel like I got it. That's not bad damage. It took me a while to get that far last time. I don't know if it's the attack. I don't know if it's the upgrade to my damage after successful parries. Might be a little bit both. I'm still not convinced that this guy only has one stage or stock. I feel like he's lying to me. That's why I have trust issues. Ow! I was trying to do my attack, dude. Chill. Ah, dang it. Booped him. I've miscounted. Not ready. My muscle memory isn't here yet. My muscle memory's still out to lunch. It's like, come on, fingers. Well, I think I still have some of the programming from the Ashina fight, where I'm like expecting a poke after whenever I see the red symbol. What's up, Silent Stitcher? But it's usually a slash with this guy. Stop it! Ow! Stop! Ouch. Snap. Ow. I was spamming it, but I believe I parried that. I'm sorry. Ah! Rude. Ouch. Okay, I deserved that. Stop. Excuse me. Ouch. Ah! I kind of want to practice this poke and just figure out when to throw it in and when not to, and just use that as my only strat. Now, judging by the ape, I did watch a YouTube video for the Guardian ape, and you gotta kind of play. Apparently, like the only way to figure out what is meant, or how that fight is meant to be fought, and I say meant to, I guess with air quotes, like the most optimal way to fight that fight and figure that out on your own, you would basically have to look at your items like an assembly of ingredients and like randomly throw things together. Like, okay, after he does this, what if I use in the case of the Guardian, like if his neck is exposed, what happens if I poke him with a spear? Oh, a centipede comes out, and you can get uber posture damage on him there. But how would you know that unless you basically have to try every, like, trying and failing when it comes to combat's one thing, but like if you didn't think about your items as a potential key to the fight, you would have to troubleshoot almost all of them after every variation of attack, and it's a lot of work to figure that out, I feel like. So we're just gonna cheat it if we find the opportunity to. 2, 3, 4, 5. Pokemon! Ow! Okay. My attack is too slow for that. Ow! Okay, okay. Woo. I need something with a lot of recovery. Follow up. Ah, he got me. He got the posture. I can resurrect here. Have a chance. Do something safe. One, and the follow up. Ah. So if I poke in. I poke in with the jump attack, I'm confident enough to engage him afterwards. If I can hit him. And I think that's the pattern I use. Jump in like this, hope he doesn't undercut my attack though. That's the only thing.
What?
Probably should attack. Should attack right there. That wasn't the Uber attack. Ah, that Uber. Do the big one. 2, 3, 4, 5. Shasha! That one to the jump. Oh, the jump requires emblems. Why do I not read the details of my moves? Okay, fine, that's fine, we're good. Ow! I can still get the poke. Okay, I can't block immediately. Really? Ah, can't parry either. Alright. Probably should charge that up. Damn it. Got him down to half health. I think I can do this. I just gotta not throw myself at his weapon. Throw my face into his thingamajig. Oh my god. Activate your vine putty near stage before he appears. Rush in, hit 4 times before he keeps running away. Keep him in range. Make do a jump attack when she does towards. But if I fail, the thing about popping the confetti, unless you're telling me never to resurrect, because I think I lose it. I mean, I guess I could do that. Just never resurrect. Firecracker. Sounds expensive. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do this attack then. It costs costs 2 spirit emblem to do the jump, which is nice. It's nice. It's a nice attack. My go-to, I guess, is this. It costs nothing and it has good mobility to get in. You're saying firecrackers. What else? Ah, damn it. Really. Excuse me? Follow up. I don't think I was supposed to duck that, but the elevation, the elevation screwed her. Ow. Ow. Why am I going in? Like, I probably shouldn't go in here. I could do better. I just need to learn the rhythm of her attacks. I should be good. Okay. 4, 5. No! This game is robbing me right now. So I'm supposed to run under that one? Please parry that. Ow. Ow. But even if I run under it, that swipe is parry that stuff. Oh, he's just stuck. Oh, she didn't jump that time. What's up, Beam? No! Ow. Let me heal my posture quick. Nope, I parried that. Why am I dodging that? Yeah, we retry. We retry. I don't like letting up pressure. After fighting so many fights with, well, I guess I shouldn't say that. After that Ashina dude. And even that that lone swordsman dude. I just think like high pressure combat's more fun. And after that freaking ape 20 minutes, I don't want to do that anymore. Dang it. Let's go. The timing of that one messes me up. And then my posture is screwed afterwards. Stab. What is going on? Yes, finally! Ouch. Okay, whatever you say. How is my posture this bad already? I almost want to run into that because I want to parry it so bad. Okay. Ouch. It's tough not to be greedy with this boss because she tanks so much of the damage. Whatever. Almost at half health. Maybe we play it super safe. Looks like our posture damage is maintaining a little better. Oh my god! I'm trying to maintain her. Okay. Posture damage. Eh. Why is my posture damage so high? Dang it. Let me see if I can take one more hit. Ah, that was supposed to be a parry. Two, three, four, five. Ah! Okay, it's a good thing I take. Ah. Ah, that should have been a parry. Blah! No way you're dead. I don't believe it. Let's run anyways. I actually got a memory from that. for my attack power? Breathing technique. A secret method of breathing known as the Mibu breathing technique is latent skill. Allows one to dive underwater as well as breathe underwater indefinitely. Developed by a founder of the Mibu village. Those who seek to join the procession must master the Mibu breathing technique. Without it, the divine dragon cannot be met. Really? I don't think... Every time I get an attack power upgrade, I consider that a major boss. I wouldn't consider this a major boss. Just saying. I don't know. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they needed to throw one in there. Or like, we don't have enough attack power. Well, what's a decent boss we could give it to? What about that ghost one? Should we give it a second stock? Nah. Just the one's fine. Unless I'm getting debated here. Maybe when I enter this door. There's ghosts. There's monsters in here, isn't there? There's gonna be like 5 of those ghosts in here. It's like, well... Wait, when's my... did I not rest? I didn't rest. I'm like, where's my emblems? Or maybe now that I've rested, it's gonna be right behind me. Wow, wow, wee woo. What is this hissy? What is that I see? What is everything? I see what looks to be a giant with his back turned to me. That could be a rock. That could be a rock. Let me just confirm here. Okay, that's a rock. Well, you don't see it though. Like that, the top part could be his head turned away, and then you could have like the ghillie suit, cape, and his knees there. That's what I saw. Inuyasha, are you in there? This is a sacred well. What's this? The shelter stone. Shelter stone on a stone found on an altar deep within the village of the water dwellers. Stone will sometimes appear in the bodies of those who have long drank the fountainhead waters. Step into the material marital shrine of the fragrant suspicious stone. The incense ingredients come about to find here. So do I report back, or do I go forward? I feel like I report back. I feel like the impatient person goes forward and then gets caught in like a situation where they're like, "Well, you should have went back for that divine heir to do something to this. This is your punishment." Not me. Not I. Not this one. Where are you? I'm a good wolf. Do do. Excuse me. Divine heir. Got some stuff.
Wolf, look here. I found something that may help us. It's a stone.
A stone?
Yes, look at this.
An old note left by Okami. the Okami clan who sought to reach the divine realm. A fragrant stone enshrined in a village within the deep depths of Ashina. One must throw oneself for it to be found. With this, the fountainhead fragrance is complete. Let us depart now to the divine realm. Is that the thing that I just found?
What is...
What is it, Wolf? Huh. What is that strangely shaped rock you hold? Is that the fragrant stone of the fountainhead?
My lord,
I think
this
so.
stone appeared to have been enshrined.
Yes. It is just as the book described.
Yes. There was also an inscription, a sweetly scented bridal offering, written on the altar.
Bridal? What sort of place was this?
It was in a cave, beyond a door made of solid rock.
In that case, where was the wedding procession headed? No way to know, I guess.
Sweetly scented.
The other side.
Lord Kuro, that place might be the gateway to the divine realm.
I see. Sweetly scented. Meaning wrapped in the fountainhead incense. That is what it might be referring to.
What's up with this game and like everything has to smell good? The aroma of sweet scents of the incense and the sense of smell. What do I do? How do you do? Okay, I guess we're pushing forward. That's all you got for me? I feel like I'm supposed to find a sword first though before we walk into the realm. Unless it's inside the realm. I feel like we need to find the sword to take into the realm to do what we gotta do. So let's see. I feel like there's a part of this town that I haven't cleared yet. Oh yeah, the house. How do we get into the house? It's on the other side of this. Oh, hello. Ow. Stop. Stop. Ow. Open the door. It's drinking.
I can feel it.
Haha. Yeah, take that. Haha. Hope you have lots of valuables lined up against the wall. We must have to sneak in here. Usually you can go under these floorboards. If only but from the front. Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay. What? How about I laid like a bunch of oil down here and light this place on fire? I'm just saying. See if we can get a peek of this guy. See his face? Looks like a regular human. He's just drinking. Hey. Are you there? Like, if I was a real shinobi, I'd just go, yeah, right. Stab his toe, cut his toe off. What is the point of this? Maybe to reset this fight with these people out here? Maybe. I feel like that should be more than just that, though. Can I climb in through this door or window? Just wrecking stuff. Let me in! Get the item to the wall. Is there somebody on that bridge there? Just jump around the trees. Uh-oh. Underwater movement. Swim down. Uh-oh. Things are noticing me. Can I get like a running swimming start? I'm gonna shoot myself out of the water. Oh, I can. Why can't I wall jump after? Why not the wall jump after? Guess we just go over here and fight whatever's over here. Ow! Ow. Vad han för? There's three of you. Precious bait is precious bait. Texture is slimy. Something resembling horns seem to jet out of it. It's kind of like bait. Master loves. Ring the bell. Drop the bait. What? Ring the bell. Drop the bait. The bell. Oh, there's a thing. How did I not see it before? So the question is, if I do the spinny thing when I resurface really fast, how do I do it? You're supposed to be able to do that? What's this? Oh, airbait. Nice. Still no way inside. Unless the floor is meant to give out. Unless he's the guy I'm supposed to, uh-oh. Ring the bell and leave the bait. Any bosses in here? Wait, the guys outside look like they wanted to get in here. So maybe this guy's actually not bad. Greet him.
Hello? Hey, what are you doing?
It feels... Oh, that's good. It's melting inside. But it's not enough. Keep pouring. Pour until it brims. Come forth, my people. Come forth and drink. Drink. Indulge yourselves in the sweet nectar. Come forth as citizens of the palace, one and all. Ah, please accept us as your humble servants.
Do I kill him? Do I take insult to that? I feel like he's corrupt. Oh, there's a floorboard thing. Red lump. A round red lump. Consumed to gain red eyes and reduce flinching from enemy attacks, but also prohibits the use of resurrection. Red mass of the lingering trace of one who is unable to achieve their desires, slightly warm to the touch, pulsate softly. What? Excuse me? Is that like an aphrodisiac type thing? What are you into here, guy? So I rotate this door, it puts me under the house. Hey, look, more confetti. Do I break all these pots? I feel like I break all these pots. Hit! 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 What? Hit! It's for you, Link. May your legacy of pot breaking live on forever. Hit! No achievement for all that. I even got the ones under the house. I feel like I leave him alone. I might have a reason to kill him based on maybe what the one guy said. He said something about somebody up here having some kind of influence about something. Maybe this is the guy. Coin purse. What's anybody in here? Maybe the actual guy pulling the strings. Hug wall. It's a hut with no entrance. Guess I'm blind. Was it on top? Okay. Kill the guy? He's like a defenseless guy. The monsters are outside already wanting to kill him. Wait, let me do the thing on the floor. So I think now that it's upside down, I can use it. It didn't show the white body there before. So maybe that's actually... Maybe I just primed something so that a boss is in there, will be in there eventually, and then I can just do that to get in behind him, maybe? I don't know. Hey. And I'm still fairly certain there's something beyond this 12, because you can hear something if I go up here. Okay. Can't hear it now. Came from over there. So we made our way in the house, so... Guess we just keep it a-moving. Can I hide in this? Secrets? Why does that look like there was one? Let's check our perimeter first. Every nook and cranny. Literally no stone unturned. I feel like I'm the only one that's doing this. Pretty sure I'd probably get an automatic prompt and not have to manually activate something. Let me make sure the slugs aren't here. Okay, the slugs are officially a key item, so I have to find a bell. A bell to ring. Where is a bell? There's that bell. I don't think that counts. Oh God! What? I mean, I was kind of surprised and freaked out by that, but not really enough to justify me falling all the way down here. Is he gonna spawn right on top of me or wherever I go? Am I haunted? What's that up there? Ow! Ow! Haven't been up here. Any survivors? Anybody not trolls? Any more divine confetti? That's right, because the first time I came through here, I just ran past all this. You saw nothing. You heard nothing. You are nothing. Ninja vanish. What's this? Stealing offerings. So let's see what this this guy on the bridge is about. He's still alive. Can I sneak attack him? Probably not, right? There's no way he's dead. Does he always spawn here? Have I just missed him all these times? That's weird. Nothing around here. Trying to think of where else I can go that doesn't take me underground with the undead without the sword of the undying. Or mortal sword, I should say. I'm hearing this noise. It sounds like... Yeah, what is that? It almost sounds like footsteps. Like of a giant. What is it? Hey look, there's a guy here. What's that noise? What if my audio... I think my audio might be swapped. Hold on. Which one's the audio swap? Okay. Sake. Oh, it's just this guy. Yeah, so every time that guy hit the ground, I was hearing it in my headphones from the wrong direction, so I was getting freaked out. This has happened in somewhere else too, and I was like, what? It's only in my headphones though, it's not for the stream. Uh-oh. It's then he knew. He needs to get out of here. Oh God! Disengage and disengage! What? Ah, so? What's this? I'll take it. So I'm guessing those guys just appear randomly? Well, not randomly, but in predetermined spots at random times if I linger too much, probably. Something like that. I don't really think there's anything over there. Anything relevant. I think this is just an area that you can fight in that is just the precursor to getting over to this area. Maybe the dude will give me guidance. Little dude. Little divine dude, give me guidance. I thought I was gonna go into the realm, but I guess we're not ready yet? Was I supposed to talk to you twice?
Wolf, did you speak with Lady Emma?
I did.
And? What did she say?
That it could be possible with the mortal blade.
I see. So the mortal blade will allow my blood to flow.
As you wish.
I've heard the mortal blade is in Senpo Temple. Will you obtain it for me?
As you wish.
There we go. Thanks, little boy. Senpo Temple, okay. Senpo Temple. Senpo Temple. Senpo Temple? Senpo Temple? Senpo Temple. Senpo Temple. Where's Senpo Temple? Care to point me in the right direction here, my mans. Hidden Forest Senpo Temple. If I was a Senpo Temple, where would I? Raven Cave, Gun Fort, Sunken Valley. Senpo Temple. It rings no bells. Unless it's through the dead people. Where's that? We'll try here. Going to where we find that lone blademan dude. Reservoir.
Shasha.
Why am I hooking the wall? Could Senpo Temple be through here? Because I remember them talking about a place that said the only way to get to it is through, oh, now I can dive. Oh, there is a place there. There's an underwater enemy that I can't get to. Maybe I go there? That's where the guy is. Yeah, that's where that guy is. Yeah, I'd rather fight an underwater monster. Potentially a monster. I don't know. What? I was about to say, it was like, what's the point of this? Where is this? It's a Ashina Castle. Part. Looks like I could hook shot there. Not gonna lie. Oh, that's where this chick is. Okay. 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 Hello. Oh God! You know who I am? Puppy, no! Ow. Kill somebody! Ow. Ow. Give me your coin. Okay. Not the best encounter, but you know, whatever. I'm not used to fight. Not used to fighting in fighting groups. I want to say the lake I'm looking for is right on the other side of this. Trying to see if there's a way though without engaging these other guys over here. What? Did that guy just appear out of nowhere? We got him. Ow! What the? Where are you? I'm a ninja. What? I'm impressed. Come at me. Let's see if I can counter this guy. It's probably a way to block him, but I wanted to grab him before he hits me and then ride him like a surfboard into the ground. I feel like that'd be pretty sweet. Grind away his face. There's a lot of them. Ow! Ow! Blah. You didn't hear all that ruckus on the other side? You coming for me? Ah! You coward. Forgot about that dude. I think that's their play. He says, I'll distract him, and you go in and just blow yourself up. He's like, alright, man. Sounds like a dumb plan, but you know, whatever. Maybe that's the dragon. It said to be able to talk to the dragon, you need yeah, it has a stock too. Where is... Kill from this side, of course not. There's a bonfire. Game, stop lagging. Right here. And let me also see if this guy, number one, is still alive. Number two, there's something I want to buy from him.
This here dive ain't half bad. We got clientele coming in left and right. All are welcome. Got all.
I got everything you're worth. You're useless.
Well, that's that. Thanks to your patronage, I'm a wealthy man. Enough to make arrangements, at least. Thinking I may be leaving soon.
Where to?
Senpo Temple up on Mount Kongo. There's all sorts of rats around here
Simple
these
Temple.
days.
Mount
Got
Kondo.
a feeling things are gonna get real ugly real soon. So, it's about time I tied up some loose ends.
Simple Temple, Mount Kondo. Remember that. Alright, so let's see what this thing in the water is. Any piranha wanna fight first? Okay, ready? We're diving. We're gonna dive next to this this node though, so we can have an out if I feel like noping. Ah! It's a headless guy. He's gonna tear at me. He's sitting around 3 items. What can I use underwater? Maybe a spear? Ah! Go right after he attacks. Can I drink my gourd though? 'Cause I have to avoid these terror things coming at me. Jump! Where's the thing? Thing is, does his health reset when I do this, when I jump out? It did. It reset. Can I just get this stuff? Ah! It's just coin purses! Oh, wait, there's something over there. Something in the next corner. Ready? It's just candy. Anything over here? That was accident. Excuse me, sir. First time fighting that guy straight up. I was trying to go for him first, but it didn't work out. So, still not sure how that'll make me able to get onto the other ledge if I beat the guy in the water. Unless the jump out of the water thing lets me grab that hook right there. Let me see. Ouch! God dang it. So he's not letting me have the freedom to do that. Maybe it's possible? Maybe. Okay, what was the mountain? Mountain something is where the temple is. He says it like it's not nearby. Mount something. Could it be I have to go to the pass? Is it a hidden temple? What is this? Probably not, right? Hey, what's up, Armor? Sorry, I didn't notice. I went home the other day and saw a donkey standing next to a female deer. Thought that ass though. Yeah. I don't see anything. So there is the question of a bell I'm supposed to ring with these slugs that I have. Bro. I'm focused. Bell. That's a gourd. The bills. I'm thinking maybe Gunfort. Or maybe past that lake, down that field. Can't remember what's down there though. Let me just refresh my memory of what's over here. Is there a bell here? No, just a statue. Open this. Second Valley Passage. Is there anything else? Any other routes here? Oh yeah, isn't the snake like down here too? And I believe when I killed the great ape, there was a scream as if I think there's a female of great ape. Pretty sure there's a female great ape. But wait, can I go here? Is that a shark? I see items, but I don't think there's anything worth it here. Raven Cave. First, let's rest. Great Serpent Shrine. Trying to remember where this is. Mission outskirts. Depths. Yeah. But there wasn't anything. The bottomless hole. I feel like that led to the Sunken Valley. What's the one? This one. There's one where there's like a temple at the bottom of a path. Can't remember what's down that path. Can't remember what's down over here either. To be honest. So that's where we started the game, all the way over there. This is just the gate. Dude, just passing through, my mans. Just passing through. Don't want no trouble. Stop. Stop. What? You guys probably can't even see any of this. All these leaves is probably making the bit rate go straight to hell. Snake eyes? What's this? Were there always dead bodies here? I don't remember these dead bodies. Uh-oh.
Ah, Sekiro.
Who are...
Ministry rats. They find a way in through every crack and crevice. There's always more of them to kill. By the way, Sekiro, have you mastered any secret techniques?
Yes.
Yes, it seems you have. Sekiro, you really have a knack for killing. Wonderful. Here's your reward. Take it.
The Mushin Esoteric Text, a unique text of legendary Ashina Mushin compound style. Young Ashin, or Ishin, will stop at nothing in his lust for power, and the single-minded search for strength ended in him taking Ashina for his own. This is the result of combined technique from the styles he encountered. This drive to find Ishin's achievements and such. This textbook would never be finished.
Certainly.
Sekiro, I know you.
It's the king guy. It's the emperor.
Are you all right?
I'll enjoy the air up here for a little while longer. Go, Sekiro.
That confirmed it. I already thought that guy looked pretty ripped. So what did he give us? He gave us a new book. Oh, so. I wonder if it would still have cost 6 if I. Dive to jump. Can get it to where none of this costs anything. None of this costs anything, maybe. That'd be pretty sweet. So I can technically buy this for 1 skill point before I lose all of it by dying too much. Loaded umbrella finger whistle. Projectile force. I don't know. I'm wary. If you approach this game like a fighting game, like projectiles. So wait. Is this the first? Is this where I? No. Can't remember what I did here. Did I just fall last time? I had to have. It looks like I can make that jump though. Maybe if I get on the roof and make a run for it. Okay, here we go. I can always come back to this table. Let's go. Easy. Eel liver. Okay. There's already a thing there. I should be headed in the right direction, right? The fact that I just encountered that guy. Was that? Not really. Are you ghost? Blah! Okay, so I've gone that way. Maybe I go this other way. Assuming that's not a death jump. Pretty sure I went that way before. So we're gonna try this way. Or have I gone this way? Is this the way to the gun temple? Those don't look familiar. Sneaky sneak here. Unless these are blocking my way until the snake comes through here and smashes them apart, or maybe. Not sure what my Not sure what my move is here. Definitely haven't been this way. I feel like I would have remembered this. We're back on the outskirts though. It's just a back way. Anything gonna pop out of here? What's it? Do I go after that guy first or the guy with the gun? Ow! Did you just kill me? Seriously, dude? Stop! I think you guys are ghosts. Ooh, prey bead. Just 2 more and we can get... Is this water? I dive? Okay. Maybe progress? Because we just got this ability. Oh god. This is the cave with the headless guy. Oh man. I don't want to be here. Hey man. You want to be cool? Let me backstab that. How do I get out of here? Is there a way out of here? Pretty sure she could sense me because he doesn't have a head. Alright. Let's do this. I changed my mind. Vine grass. Oh no, his mist is making me slow. What's this? Is there a bell? This item there. Oh god. Oh god, so slow. There's no way I can take it 2 stacks of this guy, even if I could cheese. Even if I could find a way to cheese this guy. Pretty sure I need the sword. Mortal sword. Every time I see undead. Aha! Stop! Oh. Okay. Whoa! Whoa! I forgot about this hug of the wall part. Okay. I'm supposed to go to Shimpo Temple anyways. Stop fooling around and just kill them. I can't. They're already dead. Sunken Valley Gun Fort, Raven Cave, Ape Hole. Machine of Depths. No, because that just leads here. Waiting Cave. There has to be another split. There has to be the crossroads that I can't remember. So I feel like this is after. Wait, what is this after? I wanted to say I thought this was after that one Lonely Blade fight guy. I don't remember him being up here. These guys have reorganized. I don't think I've gone in that hole directly in front of me. But there's no way up there. This is the spot. You mean the person with the gun? The little mini boss. Hey, look, this whole area is. Uh-oh. This shack is destroyed. I think that's a telltale sign. Maybe the snake comes through here. Now we're actually gonna have a fight in this cave, maybe? Because last time I came through here. Uh-oh. Last time I came through here, it was just as deadly silent. But there wasn't a guy to talk to here. Oh, God.
Or what did this to you?
Large ape.
Uh-oh.
My neck.
The large ape. So what we know about what the item said about the first ape fight is that it's the ape was likely guarding it as a mating gift. So this is the mate, I assume. Hey, are you in mourning? Okay, how do we do? Oh, how do we do this? Oh, I guess we could just approach it the same way we did the last fight, right? Do you have a head? And if you notice on this spear, there's a little hook. So I'm supposed to hook inside the neck hole, assuming that's what we're going to have happen here. Maybe we just talk? You again! So now it does. Wait. Ah! This attack. There's a thing. See all that posture damage? That's just how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to fish out that one attack and then block it and then look. See how much faster this is already going? Oh God, not this! Ah! This is the one. Oh, I missed it. Ah, I wasted one. Oh God. Excuse me? God damn. What? There was a thing. Ah! So much more claustrophobic. He's not sticking his neck down anymore. One, two, three. Ow! Dang it. Attack, you fool! It's one stock. I don't know if we got it. I don't know if we got a second stock in us. Oh no! No! Are you kidding me? How? Okay, game. Ow. 2. Nope, nope. 3, 4. Why doesn't it hurt your friend? Stop. Four. Ah! Okay. That calls for that calls for a cleaner first phase. Jesus. $400. Where was that? So there's still no guarantee this is even where I'm supposed to go, but it's the next boss fight, so I'm gonna stick here. Stick with it. Where was this? Is it this one? I don't think it was this one. The depths. It's a poison floor one, this one. Okay. All right. Also, don't have the mortal sword, so probably not optimized to fight an undead thingamajig. Let's see. What did we do right? We did the first phase correctly. We were taking, since that was my first time trying that technique, I was taking way too much unnecessary damage. Okay. What if it's timer based and I just have to go in on this dude? Probably not. Oh, you have to parry it. Okay. Okay. So you're supposed to, where I usually count 1, 2, 3, 4, you're actually supposed to parry at least 2 of them to get this attack. And then you do the spear. I don't want to get caught by that. There it is. Alright, 5 gourds, full life. Where's your friend? Oh god! Maybe I go for the friend first? Because I know everything about the headless one. Ouch. Ow! Ah! Ah, wait! Wait, I know. Ow, forgot about that. Falls forward. What? Yeah! Ah! Okay, that's all you have to do. Spam firecrackers until it dies. Or it's parryable to insta-death. Should be easy now, unless there's another freaking ape that's gonna show up. Ah! Oh god, oh god, oh god! Ah! So much easier now. Get out of there! Blah, 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 blah. Second try. Okay, can you be dead for reals this time? I see the legs still moving on this thing. Maybe I should, Did I get a memory last time? Can't remember. I feel like I did. Another breed. Got 2 beads? Oh, god. Are you still... 5,000? 5,000 skill points? I feel like he's still alive. Get to a thing fast. I feel like it's still alive. It hasn't evaporated. Okay, so number 1. Attack. Number 2, we have barely 2 skill points. What do we want to spend it on? Mortal Blade now. Unfortunately, I don't have the Mortal Blade. That's why I've always been wary, even from the first ape fight. Unless you're telling me go get it. I don't know where to get it. I know the temple. I know the mountain range the temple's at, but I don't know how to get to that mountain range. Recover posture when executing a successful death blow. That's what I can afford. I kind of want to, I guess, maybe get another one so I could get another emblem stock. Or maybe this one? From spinning leap attack that can quickly close your... Yeah, yeah. The fact that he doesn't... Every other game, or every other person or bad guy evaporates, he's not evaporated yet. So the question is, how much time do I have before he gets up? Or do I travel now? Do I get the hell out of here while getting the hell out of here is getting? Can I farm this guy for 5,000 attack? Or... Okay. Guardian Ape Sparrow. Hidden Forest. Wedding Cave Door. I feel at the very least I do, oh wait, I do Prayer Beads here, actually. What's up, Elon? He's still moving. I don't have the sword. I don't have the mortal sword yet, though. So my fear of staying is that I have to fight him all over again, including the additional ape. My fear of leaving is I come back, he's alive again. Almost beat this game? I don't think so. Maybe? If I had to judge it based off of like a 3-act play, I want to say I'm in the 3rd act. Maybe 2nd, depending on. Fight him again, it's good for me. I mean, like I said, it looks like he gives me 5,000, but I can farm that much more safe. Need the sword, yeah. Let me think. Is there a way to jump out of here? I mean, he's a sitting duck here. It'd be nice if I had the sword, but I don't have the sword. Them's just the facts. I'm making the game look. Oh God! Ow. Blah. Wait a minute. This whole place has changed, I feel like. Was this gouge in the landscape always here? Do I just have to revisit everywhere I've ever been and see what's changed? I think they may have already been there. Alright, where else could I go? Let's travel back to the boy and see if he gives us any other clue, if it's the same exact dialogue we get.
I see you've gathered some of the ingredients needed to create the aroma of the fountainhead. Keep up
Yes.
the good work, Wolf.
Now, help! Now, tell me. Point to a map. Is this a map? Where?
I'm glad you've come.
Don't have a gourd seed.
Goodbye.
Bye. What's this? Hello, hello. What's all this then? I wonder if I can make the jump to that corner of this building. I think I can. Aha! Thought I had to fight something in this lake first to like elevate the ground. Iron scrap. Fountainhead. Who? Fountainhead Palace. Get wrecked, dude. Get this staff guy before he spots me. Ow. Didn't lock onto you in time. I make it look easy. I make this look good. Not really. Only sometimes. That was a lucky. I mean, it wasn't really luck. I wonder. It makes me wonder if I fought the first Guardian ape, if it would be that easy. Because I don't think it would be. I feel like they made him do his special attack that you can exploit more in his den. All right. I don't think there's anything here. Depths. We've done all this. I also have slugs. I need ring a bell. I don't know where a bell is. Sunken Valley. Gunfort. Raven Cave. I could try the Raven Cave. Let's do it. Just run through. Is this the right way? No, this isn't right. I'm thinking the one from here. Now there's undead in this cave, so my fear is that if I go in through it, I'm going to anything new here? My fear is that I go through it and I'm gonna have to need the sword, so then just pick a spot to hookshot to. Any spot. Probably should have rested. I'll heal off the souls of the fallen. Got anything?
The hole I'm
Anything worth my while? Oh yeah, I got this. Mossy gourd. I have the flower. I have the flower. I have the spiky ball. I have slugs. Or the spiky stone. I haven't been through here. I pulled the 180 nope. Hard nope right about here. I'm blocking! I'm literally blocking! Okay, but yeah. I think my nope was justified. Time to explore! Oh god! There's snakeums. Oh god. Oh no. Oh god. Wait. Oh god. Can I just start stabbing the snake and there'll be like death of 1,000 paper cuts? Okay. We're somewhere. Hey man, how's it going? You felt me rubbing up on you? Is that the temple I need to go to? You guarding the sword of mortality? Can I have it? I can't target you. So that makes me worried. You think it whinges at the sight of firecrackers. Oh. Ah, God! When I say poke, puppeteer? I don't think I have that. I have a whistle finger. Puppeteer ninjutsu. I think I just jump in, right? Just YOLO. For the monkey. Whoop. Ow! Okay, I can afford to do that one more time. I feel like I could poke without him instantly hitting me. for the monkey. I don't see anything I can target. Unless I could just... Hey! One million years later. So is there a down? I have to finish the folding monkeys. Folding monkeys. Folding monkeys. Folding monkeys. I'm stuck. Folding monkeys. Folding monkeys. The only place I know where their monkeys are the place where I'm about to be. There's a whole congregation there. Boss fight that gives me puppeteer. Folding monkeys. Maybe there's an alternate route here. Well, let me go this direction. Hey, there's a snake. I can see it from here. Hey, snake. What you doing? Yeah. Let me just confirm that there's nothing else around here. In the soup. I've been looking for that temple. I don't know what what's the closest oh wait, can I dive here? What's the closest bonfire to it? Another one. Ring the bell, drop the bait. So that makes me think it's not as special. The fact that I found a second one of these makes me think it's not as special as I thought it was. Precious bait. I thought it was special because I can't find that item in my inventory. Are you stuck down here once you get down here? Alexa, where's the Senpu Temple?
I don't know that.
All right. Is it on the outskirts? Probably not. It's clearly not in the actual Ashina Castle, right? There is another, hold on. There is another cave that I didn't explore that we can YOLO into like we did that one with the snake. And it's the one that's over here. when I go through there. Oh. Do. You have to fight that guy straight up. Can I just open this now? No. Isn't there a thing over here anyways? Yeah. I just didn't know which one this was. Okay. Can I buy anything from you?
Care to purchase it?
I actually bought this mass fragment. I feel like the hardest part of the mass fragment I can get is the one that requires the fish
May the
scales.
departed rest in
Assuming that's the
peace.
same mask. See, I don't think I went through here yet. Because I killed that guy. And he got back up. So we're just gonna run through here. Easy peasy. Underground waterway. Okay. Do I need to? Oh God! What is it? It's piranha. Die. 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 I haven't been to the temple yet, though. I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to tell you. Hey guys, don't mind me just passing through. I said just passing through. More blades this way. Candy. Screw this! Ah! Get out! Run away! Hey! God dang it! Don't you do that. Eh. Yeah. Ah. Ah. Eh. Just slice his legs off. Ow. See what I did? See what you made me do? Oh, hello. Hello, sir. Do you have time? Do you have the time, sir? Okay, this is all new. There's gonna be like 5 guys on this elevator. Okay. Boom. Going up. It was just shot down. I'm in the right place. Finally. I just had to run past the zombies.
You. Yes, you.
Me. Thanks, Elon, for the stars. What do you want? Good work.
Look this way. Gaze upon the image of the Enlightened One.
No, it's a trap. I'm gonna make a point to avoid eye contact. Sit at this. I use Streamlabs. Yeah, I got new things. So if you're not already following, where is it? This is my new. It's basically the same thing for every platform now, where I kind of captured the how it looks to press the follow button. And so that's Twitch. This one's Mixer. I need to figure out a good sound effect to go with it now, because I kind of felt like the default was this one is a little bit extra, because not only is it the subscribe, but then the notification bell. You have to hit the notification bell. You can notice on the Twitch one that it automatically puts the bell on for you. And then I have a like for people who like the stream. I don't think this one pops. Same thing with the stars. The stars notification for Facebook went off, but not the Streamlabs notification. It should have went like this. Unless I just missed it. And then you have the follow. Yeah. Finally got all those done. Alright. I'm gonna go this way and make sure I'm not about to get ambushed first. Yeah, check your corners. Check your surroundings. Yeah, I'm live on Facebook right now. Paul, Elon's there. We finally found it. Pretty sure that boy is a trap. Whatever. The major ones would be the Twitch, Mixer, YouTube, Facebook, Periscope. Facebook, I feel like, and Periscope are underrated because they're actually built on top of active social media, while Twitch, Mixer, and YouTube are kind of have just comments and chat. They tried to play around, at least Twitch did, they tried to play around like a feed.
Those of the Senpo Temple have strayed from
Didn't really work.
Buddhist teachings. They have abandoned their faith, seduced by a search for immortality. Should you be captured, there is no telling what would become of you. You would do well to return the way you came. However, I will not stop you from entering if you are determined to do so.
You're a piece of paper.
But if you do, please proceed with care.
How would you stop me?
continue,
Yes.
we will pray for your safety. It is
Oh,
the
thank-
least we can do.
Well, thank you kindly. Aren't you just a friendly feller? Hey, what's this? I can't target that person. Oh, wait. Can I open the door that this thing's attached to? Let me do. Hey. Hey, baby. Tiny baby thing. Yeah, I feel like Facebook has the potential to surpass them all because it actually had built on social media, and it has all the metadata for targeting your exact audience. Because there's no way to target on Twitch, Mixer, and YouTube. You kind of just have to be found. So that's the big thing with them and discoverability. On Facebook, you could actually target, in theory. You alright, man? And what I like about Facebook and Periscope is that Facebook, they used to let YouTube videos play natively in their feed, right? But then they're like, why are we doing that? Let's make it a thumbnail instead, and only our videos that you upload on our platform play natively. So the fact that I'm streaming on Facebook lets it play natively in people's streams and feeds. Same thing with Periscope for Twitter. So right now I'm streaming on Periscope, but if you go to my Twitter feed, I'm playing natively live there. So
They left me here. Where did everyone go? Why did you leave Kotaro behind? Now what do I do?
you team up with me, and we'll take down everybody, guy. Come on.
Why are you crying?
Everyone's gone. I'm all alone.
Who's everyone?
Everyone? Huh? Who?
Take a picture with my camera phone.
Spinning red and white flowers. Only one pure white flower. The pure white flower I cannot find.
I found it.
My head hurts. Sorry. I have no idea what I'm saying. I've got to find the pure white flower.
Do nothing. No pure white flower here, bud. Yeah, I don't know about delay issues when it comes to restreaming. I kind of accept it as a potential inevitability. There's a guy I could target. Do I straight up kill this guy? Or do I see what he's about? $87. I feel like I was supposed to be here a long time ago for me to be killing somebody for 87 skill points. Oh, there's another guy.
Huh. So you made it out this way too?
You?
Like I said, loose
Hey, Sakura.
ends.
What are you
bro.
doing here?
Over there. I need to cross to the other side of the cliff, but I'm fresh out of ideas.
There's no way to cross?
If you had a shinobi kite, that'd do it. But it ain't easy keeping the kite afloat. Especially when you're an amateur with cargo to spare.
I see.
There's an assassin below the cliff who handles the kites. If he could keep that thing in the air, it'd be risky, but it just might work. The thing
It's
is,
a guy coming.
he won't take a bribe. I ask you, what's the world coming to?
Do I fight this guy straight up just to see what they have? See what I'm up against. Gonna throw a Hadouken. Pathetic. Pathetic. Get a weapon. Get a weapon or get wrecked. Think he's within range. Come on. This guy potentially had a weapon. Well, obviously when they see me, they attack on sight, so they're not, you know, peaceful monks. I mean, they kind of are just defending their territory, really, right? So it's like, I kind of am the bad guy here. Get the guy with the staff first. A lot of monks. A lot of monks there. Excuse me. Surprise, mother truckers! Ow. Did they lose me? Nope. Ow. Why would you hide this technology? Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Shasha. We're almost done. The last one. Any more monkums? Just the one more. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Ash. Okay. Let me in. Give me the sword. Uh-oh. Oh, the guy behind me is so close. I feel like these ghosts will start leaving me alone too also when I finish getting this sword. Or maybe they'll be easier? I don't know. Probably not the correct way. Let me just confirm that there isn't a window or crawl space or something to... Oh. Rat row. Die. Special ninja attacks. What's that? Hey. Candy. I hear them. I saw that guy down there too. Am I in? So if I'm in here, they can just assume that I gained entry properly, right? It's like after you pass the checkpoint at an airport, you know how you're pretty much good. It's just you can't go back through the exit. Unless that's what this is. Nothing to see here, fellas. Uh-oh. What? That guy practiced good due diligence. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Just looting. Does that say Gukun candy? Like the Uber? You there. Are you alive? Hello? Uh-oh. Lump of wax. I think I know that guy's brother. Can I? Oh! Ow! Sir? He's probably not dead. Give me the sword! I'm pretty sure he's gonna wake up. Somebody who throws up insects isn't dead. Oh, this guy has a bunch of the little centipedes. Maybe this is where the big centipede came from. Okay. I think we're done here with that guy. Hello?
Ah, fruits of the serpent, yes. There are two kinds. One is fresh, the other is dried. It's over there. The fresh one is over there. Over the cliff, through the hole. That's where you'll find it.
Fresh? What are you talking about?
Something troubling you? Rice for me, that's the way. Rice, I say. If something troubles your mind, bless me with rice anytime.
Okay.
Have any rice? Rice from the divine child.
Whatever you say, crazy lady. I was hoping that was the temple. I'm thinking that was just the lobby. Hey, these are bandits. Why are they here? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Excuse me? Yeah. Uh-oh. I don't know if I can handle another one of you. Retreat! He's gonna chase me up here. Where is he? I kind of saw him. Dang it. He kind of saw me. Okay, where's the arrow? Turn back around. Okay, he's back to me. Surprise! Nobody wants to hear your mumbling. Can I get a save spot? See, this is how I know I'm part of the. This is actually an early part of the game because these people are dead. The beginning part of the game was full of these moments where it's like, man, I can't wait till I get to a point where I can rest. And then the mid part of the game, I'd say, is more like there's a bunch of them everywhere. A bunch of resting spots, unless I'm missing it. Try not to turn a corner into one of these guys. So we got shield guy versus potentially, I'm gonna assume he has an axe, so I'm gonna go for that guy first and then just slam through the guy's shield. What you guys get? Ooh, I'll take that. These guys have killed all the monks and they've replaced them. They're imposters. Maybe. I don't know. Hug wall. I can't crawl under there. Not my tummy. I don't get down like that, literally. Anybody in here? It's funny, I want to knock on the wall whenever I see him like that. Like Metal Gear. So this must be the end of the line when it comes to having to now find the kite guy. Unless this is a way around. Hey, look. Finally. Rest. We've gone a long time without dying. We're so close to three skill points. Unfortunately, we're just gonna spend it on nothing too fancy, just to get a good old emblem stock, I'm thinking. So we can go that way. Okay, so there was a back way. See, this is the thing I appreciate about the game also. When you progress, it shows you an alternate route. That's not like Dark Souls where it's like you kick down a ladder and then you can go a different way. No. This is a way you could have gone the entire time. Stop! These guys are so tricky. So tricky. Especially if if you're still new and starting out. Oh, hello. Gotta be careful here, apparently. Mind your corners. Give me that health. Interesting. It's just like a cliffside to traverse. Jeez. I feel a boss fight coming on. If not, a mini boss fight. Got all these idols. I wonder if this is from the original Idol Maker guy. Let's go. What? Yeah! Red and white pinwheel. Small wheel made of red and white paper found about halfway up Mount Congo. The red and white pinwheel simply spin around and around. Everyone is right here. What? Is this as many times I died? What is this? So now the thing is, that over there pointed out that there's an alternate route around the back. So now, is that what I try to find? I think I can get to that this way. Can I make it? Ah! I might be able to grab the edge here. Thought I fell. Okay. No, don't do it. Oh, wow. Because it has poison blood. Ah, dang it. Because it has poison blood, when you do the blood spray, it's like a poison mist. Wait a minute. Oh, I was about to say, is this another flower? Another divine flower? A white pinwheel. So, do I not get off? Wait, I don't think that's the one I want. Antidote. Anybody in here? Or can I just go around to the rest stop? I feel like it's on the other side of there. Monkey ooze. Alcohol created by the blah blah blah. We've got that before. Coin purse. Hey man. You're like a tiny version of the other guy. You're so cute. Stop? Wait. Let me get a spear to poke at you. Ah, I'm burning. That could have ended poorly. Or poorer. Just taken out by some scumbag flame-throwing. Dude, I see the wall there, but I want to say the save spot's over here. Okay, yeah. Is this where the worms and the bell come into play? Has to be. Oh god. Okay, good to know that he respawns. Headless. Should the escape route leads to Demon Bell. Okay. Did I not? I feel like I've been to that cave before, but I don't remember that hall. Is the guy's gonna be back? Nope, he's dead. I guess we ring this bell. Do not ring this bell. Inviting misfortune is an act of virtue, but only the strongest of heart should ever consider it. So the question is, what kind of boss fight happens up here where there's like no space to move? Sinister burden. Demonic spirit sealed within the iron bell of Senpou Temple possesses those who ring the bell. Strengthening enemies around them, the bell demon confers hardship, or perhaps also slightly better spoils. Using this item has no particular effect aside from causing the demon to leave. Oh wait. Using what? If I ring the bell, does it go away? So basically hard mode in the game is already hard as these. Enemies are tougher now. So I'm going to use this. Thanks, goodbye. Enemies are harder now. No thanks. Okay, thanks, bye. I mean, spoils. Do you see how much crap I have? I'm hoarding all of this. For what reason? I don't know. I don't need spoils. Unless you want to give me, can I level up? Oh, I can. Let's see. I could do this one, which is the actual move. I'll lead more towards this. I can do requires latent skill, flowing water. Reduce the amount of damage to posture when attacked by an enemy with sword. Meh. Adds a follow-up overhead sword strike to the Ichimonji. To recover posture. So I want to say that is this one, Ichimonji. So it gives you a second attack there. I mean, I think it's fun to try to use that move, even though it's really hard, but I don't think it's worth spending 3 right now. Living Force? What's that? This one? No, wait. Ritlua, thanks for the host on Mixer, monster host there, and the follow. Appreciate it. Oh yeah. Thanks again for the follow. If everybody's gonna end up following. Wait, what'd you say? Go for Living Force. What's Living Force? Thank you. Thank you very much for the follow. I think I'm gonna go for the boring choice. Oh wait, I guess I could do this one. Good for human enemies. Yeah, I'd still try to fit it in a boss fight. I think I'm gonna go for this one because I like mobility to get in and attack, and then I could always just farm for more of these. Wait. Yeah. Because I already like this. I'm a fan of this one already. Big fan of the Nightjar slash. So Nightjar reversal is what? Wait, does that cost something? I never pay attention. Okay. Can close range distance instantly or create distance with a forward reverse spin, making it offensive and defensive skills simultaneously. Closing strike, fly away. That style of fighting, Nightjar. It feels the same. Can you block out of it faster? I don't know. This Nightjar reversal. Alright. Let's see. It is 2:16 now where I am. Been streaming for 3 hours, 23 minutes. Just got a huge host, so I'll keep going. I'll try to see. I'll try to make it to the next boss, like major boss. And then see how up. I was like, I hear it. See how we do. I kind of refuse to believe I can't progress beyond this point. There has to be. Oh. I have to get back to that bridge. Can I jump? Can I jump from here? I want to say yes. Wanna say yes, but something tells me I'm not gonna make it. Yeah! Invisible wall! Alright. Let's see. Appreciate the host again, Ritlua. Appreciate it. Hope you guys are having a good night. Shasha. has to be a faster way back. Wait, I actually got over here by doing a leap of faith. From there to this wall, so how do I even make progress? I guess keep going this way. Am I stuck? It's coming to this bell like a pilgrimage that you can't undo once you've done it. I guess. Because I feel like if I go all the way down, then I'll just get to the ledge that I initially clasped. So we're going to try to find the most previous how far back is this? That's a question. Ah! Yeah, get wrecked. Leave me alone. Oh, the bridge right here? Okay. I feel like we're gonna fight on this bridge. Hello?
For the
Sir?
sake of my son, put down your sword.
I will not.
You are a fool.
You are a fool. You talk like me. Ouch! My body. Ow.
Your sword cannot pierce my armor. Why? I do not understand.
Kinda wanna do firecrackers maybe? Ow. Wasted. Oh. I blocked that so hard. Ah.
My armor is unmovable. I cannot fall.
Stop! Ow! Damn it! Do I just keep fighting? Do I just go? Ah! throw him out the bridge. Oops. Argon. Stop. How do I throw him up the bridge? That's a move that would propel him off a bridge. The fan? I've never used it before. Let's go!
For the sake of my son, put down your sword.
I parried that at the very least. We'll just take the L here. When you break his posture in the poem, it will knock him off the bridge. I blowed him 2 times. I guess positioning is key. I don't know. Maybe I have to let him. Maybe I have to let him attack the walls. Be close to the edge. I'm sitting like fan. Of course, it must be. It must be the answer.
For the sake of my son, put down.
Ouch. Ow. Over here. Over here, my man, over here. Go that way. Oh, I have to do it behind him then?
Why do you not understand?
I got in the way purposefully to try to parry it. No! Ah, dang it. I kick him so little. So that okay, he's moving a little more each time, so maybe the key is to actually keep. I was taking the resurrection stuff. Kick him off! I parried that! Wait. This is it! This is the one! Bah! Yeah! Robert! Damn. Recovers posture. We did it. Yeah, I was about to say that the mist is still there. The question is, are we gonna fight him again and he's gonna be all mangled? He's gonna be all mangled like, I never died. You have to fight me again. That was a fun fight. I wouldn't say that's in the next major one though. We're going for like a one that I have to come back to beat. Oh god. Oh no. Kitty cats. Hey kitty cat. Oh, these are wolves. No, don't do this move. Nightjar. I think that mist move uses 6 emblems. I cannot do that on accident. I remember when I first got it too. I was like, why would you not do that? I was like, why would you not stop doing this? Hey, wait a minute. Why can't I do any of my moves? Okay, bunch of monks. A pond I could probably dive into. Wait, are those the kind of fish that gives me scales? Yes! Yes! I say yes because if I get 7 of them, I get a piece of a mask. Which I'm assuming is good. Oh, hello. Right here. I don't think it sees me. I'm a ninja, by the way. I'm a ninja. Really? Fire bombs? Woo woo! You coward. Ah! How you make those? You must teach me. Teach me the way of the coward. Boss fight, maybe? Bunch of little dudes with little hats. Or little dudes with big hats, I should say. Okay. There's something on top of that. Oh my god! Oh, wait, no. For a second there, I got really nervous that I jumped off a cliff. Holy chapter infested. A holy book on the enlightened inscribed for the divine child of rejuvenation for an age. It's been blessed by the worm, to be undying is walking an eternal path enlightened thus. I must become enlightened to understand why I cannot die. It is said the holy dragon's origins were in the west, so I wonder, how did the worm become to bestow upon me? Blah, blah, blah. Ever figure out the rat thing? What rat thing? That guy that tells me to go around and kill rats? Oh, baby. I mean, I feel like we figured out that it's the guy, the Emperor dude, that's going around kind of being like Bruce Wayne, I guess. Fighting crime. He named me and everything. And then I met him again, and he gave me a book that basically, I guess, lets me use multiple styles or something. A compilation book. I don't know if there's anything else. I feel like I run into him randomly. What you doing up there? Trying to ambush me? Nah, see? Not like this, see? Why am I going down? I should probably be going... Unless there wasn't a way into this building. What was I trying to do? I was trying to get on top of this... building. Jump. For more storage loot. Oh. Get off me! Yeah! My back! Oops. That guy gave me one of those back massages. It's like, Can you... Thank you. Oh god! Oh god! Ah, okay. So I can basically do a roll out of attack. So I could basically roll out of an attack if I press the special move, which is nice. Keeps me nice and mobile. Ow! Don't you do it. Where you going? You alright? You confused? You seem confused. We're the doctors! Uh-oh. Oh god, oh god, oh god! Ow. Okay, probably should have went for poke. Thrust, rather. Blah. Easy. Lump of wax. He's not dead, is he? If I learned anything from the other guy. Oh god! So, I'm starting to think I have one of those in me. I don't want it. Take it back. Alright, can we talk about this? I think I just go. Just like the first guy, just let him do his thing. Thingy thing. We got our lump of wax. Oh, someone sees me. Oh. I wanted to throw a thing at him. Oh, wait. Thanks, Jawik Demon. This breaks his hat, right? Ah! FYI. But he does have a mode or a move that he does where he can turn his hat metal. I'm not sure what that's about. Nobody to pounce attack. Oh, wait. I see one. Coming for you, bud. I botched it. There's more. We'll go, puppers. Ow! I told you not to do it. Puppy, no. Puppy, no. Am I gonna go down here and wreck their entire den? Don't wanna. I haven't finished scaling this mountain, so I feel like I shouldn't start going down yet. Uh-oh. 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 Who spots me? Is it you? Does this hurt him? Oh my god! Stop! Hook shot somewhere! Hook shot anywhere! I was spamming it as soon as I was death blowing that dude. Okay, this might be good. As long as this doggo turns around. See what I did? Maybe we can lose him. If I lose line of sight. Oh yeah, the axe. Shasha! It doesn't work! Ah! Okay, this is how we do it. He'll eventually... There it is. He has that reinforced wood. Giggity. Alright. Nani? Bud. Ah! Yay, we did it. I think there was another guy up here. Yeah, there he is. Oh wait, I got hide in these bushes. Quick, quick, quick. Ah! You just did not. You did not just throw it at your feet. Surprise! Oh, I messed up! Wait, what's that? Tricky, tricky. Watching each other's backs, huh? Not close enough. So I definitely want to jump on this guy first. Get the death blow. Oh, they're rolling. Whee! Oh, childhood memories of just not dying, not downstairs, just down the. Oh! You know, down a hill. Oh god, these guys. These guys are tough, especially when they come in pairs like this. Question is, the other guy looks like he's patrolling. This guy looks like we gotta initiate him straight up. Unless... Oh, it goes where you pull. Look, I didn't realize that. Oh, there's 2 of them. So there's 3 total. Tricky. Tricky. So if I have to reset this, if I can knock one of these guys out and then reset it for the second guy, that's fine. I'll take it. The thing is, the other guy's coming back, so he might... Oh. I can do this too. Oof. Ninja vanish. God dang it! You underestimate the lengths I would go to stay finished, sir. I think, but I should see his yellow arrow. What's the point of doing Ninja Vanish if... Where's your friend? There he is. Let's enjoy the view, shall we? I kind of want to jump up and perch on the edge like Spider-Man, but I know that he's not about that. He'll just fall. Bulging, oh, bulging coin purse. Can we enter here? Probably not. Oh, there's a marker for it. Is there a save point? Around the corner. This is the alternate route. Hello? Would you come all the way up here? He's gonna come all the way up here, isn't he? Don't you do it. Definitely not gonna come this far. If he turns around mid-steps, that's gonna be the weirdest patrol route ever. Oh, no. It's like, alright, I'm halfway up the steps, might as well turn around. So, 2 gourds, another temple with probably another centipede guy inside. I need to replenish. Yep, there he is. Oh, there's 2 of them. We got. Sorry. We got a 3 for. Is that item really worth it? Oh. Oh, sorry. Interesting spot for this, by the way. Interesting. Skirt. there's another one. Right around the corner from this guy. Can I open this door? Wait, are those guys gonna be standing out here? Ah! That has to be it. Oh. How do I achieve it? If I were gotta be something. It can't be just me not landing the landing, right? There's something I have to do that drops it down to the floor. Oh. Hold up. Stay up here. Ah! Okay. Ah! Tricky. Oh, wait. What's this? Cutscene? Ding dong. I go to the past again. Are these the folding monkeys? Have to be.
3 monkeys. One of the panels is empty.
It's the opposite of see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Five-pronged bell made of aged bronze can be used repeatedly when wrong monkeys and wolves alike are returned to their initial states. However, a monkey caught in the folding screen will not escape whether the bell is wrong or not. Was I supposed to ring the bell? Is it an item? Okay. Wait, what? Does it reset? So do I jump over and then try to hook shot back or something? What am I hearing? I assume I just go to kill these guys. Oh. All I hear is feet behind me. Let me see if it teleports me back to the beginning. Is it like it follows? Or it's just constantly following me invincible until I figure out how to. I should be able to see his feet in the snow, right? What's this? Should I jump in? It's so freaky. Because I hear him. Just kill everything. Oh. Are those glowing things on the floor the feet? All these feet. So how did I make that happen? Are they all invisible? This guy over here with the bell isn't. So I feel like I have to sneak up on him. We'll figure it out. Oh. There's something about that, maybe something about that building. Can we get this guy? Right when he looks away, I'm a hook shot over here and then try to go behind him. Unless I could, maybe now. God. There's also that milk. Oh, I see the guy. I see the one on the roof. Oh God. Wait, I see it. I saw his footsteps there, so I was like, oh yeah. I feel like he's above me. I was like, is he gonna walk up on me? I have to chase him down. I mean, I don't have to chase him down. I didn't chase that one guy down. Let's see. What's this? Bear flame in the wind. When it goes out, the place becomes dark as night. It's like a puzzle game. Can I blow the candles out? There's something significant about turning out the lights in this room. One of them went this way. Uh-oh. Below is an abyss. The bottom cannot be seen. Above is darkness. Nothing can be seen. Abyss and darkness. Can I get above? Ow. Does that count as one, or that's just a random one? I have to get the colored ones, it looks like, the special ones. I liked how he poked his head up. It's like, boop. So I have to go in through the building here. Scattered them all. Okay, worms are there. Yeah, these guys, they don't matter. The ones with color do. Oh! Did I catch one sleeping? Yep. It's up here. Oh. Ow. I'm guessing more of these guys are gonna come after me the more I kill. Where is he? Is that him up there? At the top? Ow! Stop! So I came up here. And he ran back. So maybe I go through the building to sneak up behind him. If he's looking my way. He's right there. We got him. Wait, he's looking my way. Why is he looking my way? Ah! God dang it! I thought I had him. The red one go. Still not sure what's going in these rooms. I feel like each room has its own little benefit for getting you to track them or corner them. Oh, there's one. Easy. I see the one down there by the tree. Is he looking our way? Can't tell. If I had to assume, I would say yes. Stop. Okay. I'm trying not to hook shot because I feel like you can actually hear the hook shots. Something about his cone. He can hear well. Yeah, like whenever I move. Let me think. Trying to think, is there anything where I muffled my movements? I could try this one. Shadow Rush. Might have some range. Yes! Did we win? We did it. Who's this monk guy? Did I kill him? Oh.
Please, forgive them.
First try.
They only sought to keep me hidden.
Are you the sword?
However, it seems it was not meant to be. Close your eyes. Let us meet at the inner sanctum.
It's gonna be talking sword. Are you my Bankai? The battle memory of an extraordinary foe. No, I mean, not really. Lingering in the mind of Wolf, commune with the sculpture idol and confront memories of the battle. It was a nice, chill boss fight, actually. It's like a nice, calm, relaxing stroll. Like, I think like I said, I feel like I'm supposed to have been here. Nick, thanks for the follow on Facebook. That's the first one of those in a while. Appreciate it. The thing about follows on Facebook, it's like I'm not sure if they're even watching. Right? It's different, right? I mean, I guess it would be the first thing they could see on my page. But thanks again for everybody hanging out, chilling. It's 3:14. Did I rest or just sit down? I just sat. Yeah, attack power. Thank you, monkeys. This is the sword. I guess that technically is the major fight that I was looking for, since it was gives attack power. Hello, I am here for your soul.
Why do you seek this place?
I seek the mortal blade.
Do you know of the blade that cannot be drawn?
Yes.
It is so called, for not one who has drawn it has ever survived. Yet you still wish to attempt this.
I do.
I do.
I see. Very well.
That's it.
If you are prepared,
Okay. You could have it.
you may gaze upon the blade.
I said gaze. Nobody said touch. He came.
Why is it, I wonder? Are they not loath to die?
You don't know. I'm special.
How are you? Your eye. I see. You carry the curse of the dragon's heritage.
The mortal blade. Without question. I accept its power.
Dang, you gotta die to use this blade. An Adachi capable of slaying the undying. Its crimson blade will take the life of any who dares draw it. Without the power of resurrection, one cannot hope to wield this weapon, which allows one to defeat even infested beings. Long concealed within Senpu Temple, the blade is in this inscribed with its true name, Gracious Gift of Tears. How do I use it like a prosthetic? How does this work? And if I use it, do I constantly lose life? I feel like that's the catch. I'll die as I use it, maybe. Can't be one of these items. Unless it's gonna teach me how to switch weapons.
I see you serve the divine heir of the dragon's heritage.
Yes.
Why do you seek the mortal blade?
I wish to obtain the dragon tears from the divine realm to sever the ties of immortality.
I see. I have read about this. I have
Life
read
loss.
there is a way to sever the dragon's heritage. Which means the divine heir begrudges the power of the dragon's heritage.
That's right.
How strange fate can be. I am one of the children of the rejuvenating waters, created by those who would stop at nothing to achieve immortality. My false dragon's blood was created by man.
Children.
Is it false
So
dragon?
there are many of you.
I am the only one who survived the process. The others are laid to rest here.
I see.
I do not know if it is right to sever the ties of immortality, but the dragon's heritage undeniably corrupts the lives of men, and I share the heir's feelings about that truth. Shinobi of the divine heir, I have decided to assist you. Please hold out your hand.
What?
Haven't killed the
Bless
snake
us
yet.
with bountiful harvest.
And I'm sorry, anybody in Mixer who's been chatting with me and maybe I haven't addressed you guys directly. I just realized I saw it in the corner of my eye on OBS. My on-screen chat was populating, but the app that I looked directly at for chat wasn't. So and it said it was connected, but now it's officially connected. Hold on, let me make sure. Let me make sure here. Sorry about that. It's like, why is this guy not talking? He's only talking to Twitch. I apologize, especially with the raid that came through and a bunch of followers. Apologize for that. It said it was connected, but it wasn't. So what did she say? Something about something? But I haven't killed the snake.
This is
Rice.
rice?
There you are. Rice is a precious thing. It tastes better the more you eat it, and restores one's vigor.
Vigor, you say? Wasn't a woman asking for rice? What is she gonna give me?
Shinobi of the divine heir, you are welcome here.
Holy chapter infested?
This is for you.
What is this?
I don't know.
I found a note saying I should give this to you.
Thank you. I will accept it.
What's wrong?
I still cannot help but detest them. Farewell, Shinobi of the divine heir. May the harvest be plentiful wherever your path may lead.
Give rice to Kuro. Kuro. Kuro, right. That old. The old woman? Is that it? Or the other kid? Is Kuro the name of the divine heir? It's a nice little area. So there's that. Lord Kuro. The little boy. What are you? What is this? Go to Halls of Illusion. Is that where I was with the monkeys? Top of Asana. Lord Kuro. In the like looking through the rummaging through the I want to say library, but it's not really a library. Or fight the monk. I think I can handle one more fight. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. So maybe I don't have any direct ability to change my sword. So I can only assume I'll be prompted to use it. I'm trying to think. Cycle, action, grappling hook, prosthetic. Okay, I'm not sure how I draw the divine blade. Ow! Ow! Ah! Nope. Ow! Oops, wrong one. Oops, otherwise. Ow. I want to take care of one of these. Oh God. Ooh. Okay, how did I do it? There it is. Oh. Purified. So now the question is, do they respawn? They do. Of course they do. I can't travel? Is there an event about to happen? Do I go and kill the gorilla again? The only reason why they would block off a place so you could teleport to is there has to be, oh, what's that? There has to be an event about to go down.
Where's the next shift? My watch ended a while ago, but no one's coming to take my place.
Don't worry, dude. I got you. Excuse me. Hey, where'd the guy with the bill go? Ugh. Oh God. This guy ran and cowered. Something's happening. Oh God. What you doing? Ow. Wow! 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 Wow, that guy hits hard.
The shinobi. There, in the moat.
Could possess. So I'm tempted. Oh, was this always a drawbridge, or did they destroy it? Because I was thinking about taking that way to the rooftops to go up. I can possess the reds with ninjutsu. What? Ninjutsu. Hey, what was that? I just glazed over this. Ninjutsu technique can manipulate the victims like a puppet. Cause spirit animals to use. Activate after a backstab death blow. This technique temporarily forces one who should have fled this realm to remain. A puppet moves on behalf of its master, but its strings are destined to snap. Interesting. Can I dive? I can. Huh? Anything in here? This is not the way. It's not the way up. Oh, scale. Where many have that? Okay. Oops. Do I live here now? Oh, god dang it. Have to be sneaky. Go this away. Thanks for following, Shane. Thanks so. Oh god. Why did you attack that guy? Nope. I dodged that. I forgot I have the Uber poke attached. I was trying to help the dude. I was trying to help the dude. I'm picturing it from the guy's point of perspective. It's like he sees me sneaking up behind him, like under his armpit. He's like, "Yes, he's coming to help me," and I go through. Should go through and just finish him off and not the guy. Oh man. Hey, well, I'm controller. Hello. Hello, controller. My keyboard's working. Okay. I think I wiggled it out of place just enough. Oh, I have to redo these? No. Because I can't even go to... Trading Cat. What's up? I have the mobs fight. But I have to do a backstab, right? Let's see. Let's get this item because I'm greedy like that. Oil, of course. Let's head to the rooftops. It's ominous. Here, hey, dude. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Oh, God! Rod! Where's my hook shot? Oh, God. Get these little guys. See that guy there. Oh! Okay. Can you hookshot something, friend? Anything? Grab the things! Kuro, I'm coming! Out of the way! Woohoo! There's a dog! Aha! Okay, reset all them. Oh god. I don't want to have to go through this area. Isn't there a way around? No, I probably can't get there yet. It's probably cut off. Nice. Balls of steel. These ironclad clangers. I should be safe up there, right? Wait, did that guy come back? Aren't one of these windows open? Should I check on the old guy? Is that a box? I'm so distracted. Box I have yet to open. Oh wait, An old text describing the black moral blade. In addition to the red moral blade, there exists one that is black in color. Blade's name is Open Gate, and this to hold the power to open a gate to the underworld is. Through this power that it creates life, is blah, blah, blah. Old guy, you alright? There's some stuff going down. Oh, you're good. Oh, you're here. Is the boy safe?
Is that a look of concern on your face? Emma's always telling this old bastard to stay here. So that's why I'm here.
DLC stuff? I don't know. Do you want a bunch of booze?
You're leaving, Sekiro. Another time, then.
Eavesdrop. Were y'all talking about me before I came in here?
It never fails. Lord Ishin disappears the moment I take my eyes off of him. He's quite a handful.
Quartzite, I have one.
Goodbye.
Did you do the thing? No. You don't blame the kid for running away. You blame yourself. And then quietly blame the kid. Okay, let's see if there's a fight at this, maybe round 2. How do I get up there? Eavesdrop. On them? I didn't see the icon for it. Uh-oh.
I remember you well. I heard stories of your death, yet here you are. What are you plotting, Owl?
Owl. Father?
I would do no such thing.
Papa?
Now, my lord, I must ask that you accompany me. This old bird has but one desire. To protect the divine heir from those that might take his esteemed blood.
So, the dragon's heritage has seduced you too. Then there is nothing to discuss. Take your leave.
You're not the protagonist.
I would, my lord.
Got the shit throwing you.
I'm so stunned by this view. I'd like to take it in just a while longer. I'll leave when I've had my fill.
Rude. Don't F up your endings. Papa? Uh-oh. Papa. What? Why is there a door of mist, Papa? Papa, I don't want to fight you. You taught me that even though I'm really tiny compared to everybody else in this game, that I could be somebody. I have. Look how tiny. I'm so tiny.
Father, to think you were still alive.
That was my design, but the same could be said for you. I was certain you died that night.
The power of the divine heir brought me back.
That's it.
What?
The divine heir's power, the dragon's blood, must be mine.
Father.
Now you see it. Remember the first rule of the code. As your father, I order you to forsake your master. From this moment, he is your master no more.
Forsake the divine heir.
Listen to me, Wolf. Obey your father's command, and forsake the divine heir.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
I cannot do as you ask.
No.
What? A shinobi, showing the likes of compassion. Unthinkable. Such a miserable display.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's about to...
Why, boy? Why can't you understand your father's will? Have you forgotten the shinobi code?
A code must be determined by the individual. This is what I've decided. Just as my master did.
Is it easy ending? Is he gonna kill himself? No, he's gonna fight me, right? I feel like fighting my father is worth... Whoa!
Huh. Seems you've grown, if just a little.
Did he stab me? That night?
Have it your way.
He's the one that stabbed me, isn't it?
Wolf.
Or would it have been the easy ending if I would have chose to turn on him?
Enough talk.
I'm going by.
We did this. Give me your all.
I'm going by Game of Thrones rules, where the Night's Watch, right? You give your life to the Night's Watch. So I've died so many times that the original code doesn't apply to me anymore. Oh! Stop. Okay, what am I gonna use on him? What's this ninja? What's the other one? Oh, both those are useless. Does the bell have any relevance? Whirlwind? This one? I'm gonna stick with the Old Faithful, which is Spear, Firecracker, and this. Okay. Wait, I have to come to terms with me fighting my father. Wait. All right. Ouch. All right. Let's go. Can I hit that forward to him, maybe? I'm tempted to swing at that. What? The pace slows down so much there. Ow!
The parent is absolute. Their will must be obeyed. Yet, I'm sensing some insubordination.
What'd you do to me? Am I poisoned? Ow. No. I feel like this is deceivingly. Deceivingly. Ow. Wait, where's the last checkpoint? Base searcher and junk attack. Oh, really? Let's add insult to injury. Attack him from here. Faja.
Unthinkable. Such a...
Do I attack him? Can I get a free attack? Yeah, it's still. I can't attack. Best first attempt. I'm skeptical though. The reason why I'm not attacking as much as I feel like I should be is because I'm like
Unthinkable.
Oh. I was like, what?
Why, boy?
Enough talk.
Been a while since we did this.
Wait, wait.
Give me your all.
Wait, wait. Stop that. Ouch. Ouch, my pride.
The parent is absolute. Their will must be obeyed. Yet, I'm sensing some insubordination.
Ow. Ouch. Wait, wait, let me heal. I chopped you first. Thanks, TCK, for the follow. Okay, we got this. He hits like a truck. Too sure can jump. Hey, what's this? I like the that's my entry. Counter, 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 or parry, parry, parry. Find my opening, hit him with that, and kind of reset. The thing is, his RNG I haven't figured out yet. Once I do that, I feel like I'm good. Can I get a? Oh, he puts away his sword. Let me think. What else can I do? Maybe firecrackers. Maybe spear. Whirlwind. What's whirlwind? What if I do this one? Even though I can only jump 8 times. Flying carp. Oh, whirlwind? This one? Hold on. Well, it pops. Oops. That? I feel like the startup's a little slow. What I like about the this one is the mobility. I can get in, and then it also lets me get out. I'll try with this one first. Let me see. And then maybe spear.
Unthinkable.
We don't even know what the second phase is gonna be like.
Enough talk.
Been a while since we did this. Give me your all.
Excuse me? That's a new one. Ow. Oh no! Oh! Okay, don't let him.
One. The parent is absolute.
Don't let him catch you sleeping.
Their will must be obeyed. Yet, I'm sensing some insubordination. No more than a stray dog after all.
For me, I feel like I end up, even when I want in my mind to use prosthetics and items and all these things, I end up fighting things almost as if I'm a purist, like barely using anything. I hoard every item I come across. Not intentionally, but if I had to think, maybe firecrackers if they didn't cost so much. Then maybe spear second.
Unthinkable. Such a...
Yeah. Do I have to listen to you cry like all the time?
Enough talk.
Been a while since we did this. Give me your all.
I wonder if I can McCurry counter him on anything. Stop. Ow. Stop. Ow. I see, I see. Back right after. Ah. Constantly side-strafing. There has to be a counter to him, just like the gorilla, I think. I feel like no! Stop! You're cornering me! The door, he had me wedged in here.
Their will must be obeyed. Yet, I'm sensing some insubordination.
Okay. Stop. Stop. Ah. Ah.
No more than a stray
It's
dog.
like a truck. Side jump attack. Trying to think of where he's getting me, other than me not knowing his whole entire moveset just yet. What could I be doing? me stick my sword in his ponytail on the floor. Yes, this guy hits like a truck. Run around. Mid-range bait. Around. I could try this, right? It's a reason why it's a high level attack for a reason, right? Even though the jump after it costs 2 emblems. So at the most I can do 8 of those. I could charge it up. So I get good range, poke in, maybe when he's not suspecting, get out. I can only play that game for so long though. My turtle? The, this one? Umbrella? Not far, close to bait jump. Sidestep the jump. So bait the jump as much as possible and then punish the jump. It's not close, not too far, okay.
Unthinkable.
Maybe? Whirlwind? Ninja Turtle power.
Unthinkable.
Unthinkable.
Enough talk.
Been a while
Jump.
since we
Jump.
did this. Give me your all.
Jump, 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 jump. I blocked. Jump, 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 jump. Stop. I wish there was a hard counter to that. Oh wait, I'm supposed to counter that. That one is hard. I don't know how he's getting the hit off. Ah, I'm on fire!
One. The parent is absolute. Their will must be obeyed. Yet, I'm sensing some insubordination.
God dang it. Oh my god, that attack is so deceiving. Ugh. Ow. God dang it. God dang it. Oh, he'll Mercury counter this? God dang it. Ouch. That'll be scary. He's not jumping! Unless you count that one. Ow. Stop. Father. What? I think the door got me. Let me. Stop playing with my emotions. Okay. All right. Ow. Papa. God damn. I'm learning his moves though. Ah! Camera, my other nemesis. I'm gonna punish that so hard! Yes! 1. The sun sometimes can beat the foe. Oh, God.
Wait! Wait, please!
I don't wait, right? I stab him in the face. Ow! Am I a fool though? I feel like I made the right call. Ah! Ooh, okay. What's this? It's a free blind. I can't do the thing where I jump up anymore. How long does the acid stay there? Ooh. Oh my God. Ah!
2. The Master is absolute. You give your life to keep him safe.
This is it. Such a waste of that move for him to... Unless I'm getting lucky. Ah! I need those. Can't have them wasted away. I don't want to punish that too, but I'm afraid it's bait. Guy hits like a truck. God dang it, that attack. Oh God, that's not as safe as I like to think. Still doing it because it's the best I got. Jesus. Don't panic. Oh, he finally didn't do his stupid bomb attack. I feel like we got this, but we're not. So the question is, do I actually use a prosthetic? And this is what I talk about when I end up fighting like a purist because I don't end up using the prosthetics because I'm using it here, the Shadow Rush jump, which is, I feel like it's doing a lot of damage. I don't know if I can throw in any other gadget and feel confident that I can pull off the same spark. What's spark? Firecrackers? You know what I could do too? Hold on. Can I teleport back here? I feel like I should be able to, right? Where am I now? It says I'm here. Because I want to go to the palace, the important palace. Wasn't it called the dilapidated? Oh yeah, there. To see if I can upgrade Firecracker to Whirlwind. I'll try it. I don't want to have to come back though and scale the mountain. Okay, we'll try Whirlwind. We'll put this in priority slot number 1. What should I have second? This one maybe? You know, it'd be funny if he's like actually weak to something stupid like Ash and stuff. I'm good, thanks. I stayed on the Ashina fight a long time with the dude. The Ashina dude. So I got like a crash course. Scroll down for locations. Something about it feels like a sitting duck, but we can see. I could teleport. All right.
Unthinkable.
Unthinkable.
What? Enough talk.
Been a while since we did this. Give me your all.
Maybe I save my firecrackers to counter his Gust Bowl. Do the jump. Damn it. Oh my god. I have to have a really clean first phase or first stock. It's probably 3 stocks, like at least I think right. I'd expect so from my father. It's like, remember how that dude had lightning? I have lava and poison and earth, wind, fire. RBLB.
Unthinkable.
Keep interrupting him, thinking I'm gonna skip it.
Unthinkable. Why?
Enough talk.
Been a while since we did this. Give me your all.
Just try pushing everything. Ow. I dodged too early. That's great, let's go.
Their will must be obeyed. Yet, I'm sensing some insubordination.
No. Woo-hoo-hoo. Smash him.
Dog after
all. I should probably use firecracker. One more time.
Unthinkable.
God dang it. Unthinkable. Smoke the green herb first.
Boy.
Enough talk.
Been a while since we did this. Give me your all.
Yeah. You like that opening? Ah! I don't want to punish that with that. Ow. Excuse me? Well, you're shirked in, dude. Not that. See, I'm not close enough to punish. But he doesn't. It is more of a mid-range attack. Excuse me? It's like drink. That's why I think when he does that move. It's like drink your heals. What? I rolled the other way. I rolled into him. I dodged into him. Yeah, buddy. Oh, he's not even doing the trick. He's not doing the trick in it. He's like, okay. Of course I get greedy there.
The parent is absolute. Their will must be obeyed.
God dang it. I hate this. I'm tempted. I think Whirlwind is actually good for first phase. Maybe these two also are good. But for this phase where I need to close the distance and I have the Spirit Emblems, maybe I do this one? Unless this is the stock where he starts countering this. See, right here is when I would use it, right there, to punish it, even if I'm super stunned. Of course, here. Let's see if I can push it. I had to get out of the poison. Oh my god! Every time I roll left, I get hit. So I need to always roll right. Okay. I feel like we got this though. Is there an easier way to get up here? Stop. No. The Whirlwind's good because you hit twice. Well, I feel like these ones are faster. You only get the one. All right, here it is.
Enough talk.
Been a while since we did this. Give me your all.
Hate that move. Such a troll. It's like, I hope you weren't in the rhythm, because it's gone. Ow. What? I can't heal. That's what this smoke does. Oh wait, I have... Oh my god, I had the bell equipped.
absolute. Their will must be obeyed. Yet, I'm sensing some insubordination.
I can try it. That's my bad. So that's actually punishable. Where is my... Oh wait. I'm using my periphery to judge his bar and it's not there yet. I'm like, where's my attack? Where's my first stock? Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Poison. Should I eat candies and stuff? No, because I have to take the time to do the poise. Do I have the time to eat this in the middle of the battle? Most boys here and watch in a bit, thanks. Oh man. I think if I eat this, he's gonna hit me in the face. Or hit me anyways. Okay, now I ate it, right? Stop with the poison. God dang it. Okay, maybe we do the green gourd here because this gives us poison resistance, right? Oh, wait. If there was any time to use it. Oh, wait. This one, right? If cures abnormalities too. Let's go. Ah, no. Ah, I couldn't punish it. Freaking Not worth it.
What?
I threw it twice accidentally. Can't punish close to the poison. I'm not even gonna risk it anymore. It's gonna make this fight a lot longer, but whatever. Fight me like a man. Yeah, you need to do that. We're so close. I lost him. Oh my god. Not like this game, please. Yes! Yeah! Yeah, ponytail! No more ponytail for you.
Taught me well.
That's my boy.
The battle memory of an extraordinary foe lingering in the mind of the wolf. Commune with the sculptor. I don't know. Baba. Yeah! We did it, guys. And gals. Dried aromatic wood from the Everblossom plucked by the wolf's father. The Everblossom is a sakura tree. And as much as ripe as in nostalgia is upon the branch when once it bloomed, reminding of home, from the income ingredients sought by the divine air. You know how close I came there to the end to dropping it and choking? Good night, Shane. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'm about to end it here. I'll save here. And I guess I'm pretty sure maybe there's a cutscene as I talk to the Vineer and we get ready to enter the divine what's the name and do the divine stuff with the divine. So I wonder if you can turn on your dude. All right, guys. Yeah. All right, Jane. Yeah, I'm out. I wonder if there's a way you could turn on the divine air, and then is that like the easy ending? I appreciate you guys. I am out of here. I normally don't stream on Friday, but I'm kind of feeling pumped after tonight. We'll see. I'm usually Monday through Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern.
I've been fighting a sickness lately. That's why I've been late a lot. And then now my kids are starting to get sick. First my daughter was sick, then I was sick. Now my twin boys are sick. So we'll see if we can make it out alive. Yeah, that was an intense fight. That was fun though. It was kind of cheesy, especially towards the end. He got desperate trying to maintain his poise, but for what? If he could drink a health potion, a gourd, oh man, I would have been like, I'm done. There wasn't a third phase or a third stock, which was nice. The hardest fight so far had to have been the Ashina dude, lightning phase. I mean, his was also the most fun because even though I knew how to fight him, it was still a challenge. Until I just blocked more, then it was kind of, I beat it the very next time I tried it. But I'm having fun. Hope you guys are too. I'm out of here. I'll try to earn these credits because we got a lot of followers. There it is. Thanks everyone who followed tonight. You guys showed up on Mixer. I appreciate it. Once again, Ritlua with the host. Much appreciated. I'll see you guys. If I don't see you tomorrow or weekend, I'll see you guys next week. All right? Peace.